Damn. I'm pretty sure this is just 2. Ooh, I don't remember how to do this. Bro, why is my stomach hurting? This- Okay, if I remember, it is like the sum. Okay. My stomach is hurting too much. Think, Nikolai, think. Standard deviation is expected value of the difference. So variance, we're summing the variances. So if you take this squared, okay, I think it's just 0.5 squared plus 1 squared. Nice. Oh fuck. Oh, what the fuck have I eaten? I guess I'm just stressed, maybe. I'm dying. Oh fuck, I'm actually dying. Jag går till toilet.
On October 23, 2018, thousands of football fans were making their way to the game in Rome. Excitement for the game was high, and the fans began to chant and sing. At 7:03 p.m., around 50 people were riding the long escalator down to the platform, but within 30 seconds, the crowd had swelled to nearly double that. Everything seemed fine, but inside the escalator was a problem. The weight of the passengers was bearing down on the steps, and the load on the main motor was increasing. To try to slow the descent, the motor applied a counter-torque, but as the force continued to increase, the stairs began to move faster. By 7:04 p.m., the crowd had tripled. The motor finally reached its limit, and under the massive strain, the drum began to slip. With the motor losing control, the escalator triggered its second line of defense. A safety relay tripped, immediately cutting power to the motor. The main brake clamped down on the metal drum to stop the descent of the stairs. But it failed. The friction on the main drum wasn't enough to stop the motor from spinning, and the stairs continued to accelerate. Sensing the motor had lost control of the steps, the escalator engaged the last line of defense. In the event of an emergency, an auxiliary brake is designed to bypass the motor entirely and directly lock the drive shaft. Under normal circumstances, the chance that all three safety measures fail at the same time is vanishingly small. But these weren't normal circumstances. At 7:05 p.m., the third and final safety system failed, and the stairs began to plummet. Fans were flung forward and started streaming down the escalator. Some leapt over the central barrier in desperation, while others were swept into a crushing pileup. At the bottom, the landing became a dangerous choke point. Under the pressure, the steps twisted and buckled into jagged metal, leaving 24 people injured. Something like this shouldn't have been possible, and experts at the time knew that something had gone wrong, and they started to suspect foul play. In the aftermath, Rome's transit agency sealed off the accident site and closed the Republica station for several months. The authorities ordered both a technical and a criminal investigation, and the mayor even publicly vowed to discover the cause of the accident. So investigators began dismantling the wreck, tearing it down piece by piece to reconstruct what had happened. The ride people experienced on that escalator was one of the most terrifying rides of their lives, but maybe it's more similar to the origin of escalators than you might think. Like, what was the first escalator even used for? Do you want to have a guess? It was an attraction in a theme park all the way back in 1896. It had no steps,
Listen, I want to talk about Nepal because it's interesting not only for the Nepalese, but for the rest of the world. You guys know how Gen Z's always on their phones? Gen Z always be's like, I want to be on my phone instead of doing things. Well, now, apparently, Gen Z's not only on their phones, but in Nepal, they are mass protesting. It is the world's first Gen Z protest. And you'd expect, when you see a Gen Z protest, that it'd have something to do with phones and probably something to do with anime. Well, one part is true. But before I go into what the Gen Z protest would actually look like, which is a lot less like this and a lot more like this, an actual uprising changing the fate of their nation, I need to give you a little bit of background because you probably aren't super aware on the context. This is Nepal. It is a small state in the Himalayas, kind of a buffer state between the two big countries and economies of China and India. And what's interesting about Nepal is that you might expect, being sandwiched between two bigger empires, that it would have been subsumed by one of them over the course of its history. You'd think it'd be part of a larger empire. Like, why is Nepal its own state? Why isn't it part of China or part of India? So if you go back, this is India in the years prior to the British takeover of India, when it was a group of smaller states. Nepal was still on its own. And then a few years later, after Britain essentially colonized India, Nepal was still on its own. Nepal was the only part that did not get taken over by Britain. Why was that? They fought a war. There was the Anglo-Nepalese War, and while Britain technically on paper won this war. It was so costly fighting the Nepalese in the mountains. The cost benefit of trying to keep it up and conquer the actual territory was so bad that Britain said, okay, you can keep your own state. You can just you're separate. You still have to respond to our authority, but you get to be your own country. So they were able to hold out against Britain at the height of British power, which is pretty incredible. So this is before Britain came in. I was like, well, what about before this? Because India wasn't always a series of smaller states. What about the Mughal Empire before that? So I went back even farther in time to the Mughal Empire, which is the last time India was like nearly fully united. And even then, they couldn't conquer the Himalayan states, aka modern Nepal. Even then, they tried, and the Himalayan states, modern Nepal, used the mountainous advantage. Again, technically kind of lost the war, but didn't lose their sovereign territory. And in between the Mughal Empire and the British conquering, also the other side of this map, China. Well, they wanted Nepal, and there was the Sino-Nepal War. Guess what happened again? China technically won yet again, but it was so costly they couldn't actually take the territory. And again, Nepal ended up keeping the territory. So 3 separate times much bigger empires have tried to conquer Nepal, and every time the mountains have allowed them to maintain their independence. And now it's been hundreds of years, they have been basically an independent territory. The history of Nepal is actually quite fascinating and pretty impressive. The proud nation of Nepal has refused to be conquered, but a different kind of war they have finally lost recently. And that is the war on poverty, the war on economics. Poverty and economics have basically won in Nepal. Over 20% of Nepal's 30 million people live in poverty. The unemployment rate among young people stood at more than 22%. Over 1 in 5 young people cannot find a job even when looking for them. Also interesting, the richest 10% earn more than 3 times the income of the poorest 40%. That made me laugh because that's not that bad. That's not that bad. Just for context, in America, the richest 10% earn more than 26 times the bottom 40%. But, you know, the bottom 40% have a higher overall than in Nepal. So now we're back to modern day with the Nepalese Gen Z protests that are going on right now. That gives you some context though, okay? Proud nation currently succumbing to a rising increase in poverty and unemployment. Now, if you were to guess, why would Gen Z most of all protest? Would it have something to do with their phones? Jokingly, yes. Part of it is, of course, the poverty. But what kicked it off is when they tried to take away the phones from Gen Z, because there was a social media ban that blocked Facebook, X, and YouTube, Reddit, Signal, Snapchat, and I guess LinkedIn, which is the first time someone has ever rioted because they can't access LinkedIn. Let's say going into this year, youth unemployment very high, people upset. Additionally, people in Nepal, especially young people, are starting to notice there is a big wealth gap among young people who are connected to government figures. Your rich politicians and their families are posting on social media absurd displays of wealth. This is an example I found from hashtag Nepo Baby, which trended in Nepal. So they noticed that while they make only barely over $2,000 a year, some rich family members were posting images of them with Louis Vuitton Christmas trees. All the public fund and tax money are making their lifestyle luxurious. Meanwhile, poor citizens are working day and night for them. This stuff started to go viral. It started to get bigger and bigger. People were getting angrier and angrier as they noticed how much these Nepo babies were living large off of the public dime. This woman posted, this is in Nepalese, but I have the English here, working like a donkey every day in foreign land just so I can fund Nepali Nepo babies to build Louis Louis Vuitton Christmas trees, and I can't even speak with our family. So this is an article from days ago before everything kicked off into high gear. Wealthy Nepo kids are a source of outrage. So this started to pick up, and the government got scared because they were being criticized and their families being criticized over and over on social media. And it got bigger and bigger and bigger. And so suddenly the government had a reason to want to crack down on social media because they were being exposed for, again, using public goods to get their family wealthy. Thousands of videos started trending across Nepal's digital ecosystem. The contrast between elite privilege and everyday hardship struck a deep chord with Gen Z and quickly became a central narrative driving the movement. So now Gen Z's angry. And what's really interesting is that it may have just stayed as online anger. Again, the main thing that Gen Z in Nepal was doing to strike back against the oppressive Nepo babies in government is they were doing like mass unfollows. When social media was still up, it kind of contained their anger. They were posting TikToks and they were doing mass unfollows. But then the government had the very short-sighted and very stupid idea to try and shut down social media, which removed the very last outlet that Gen Z had to get the word out. So once they got rid of social media, posts like this started going around in the few areas people could still access. Guys, let's protest on 8th September in front of Parliament. Like, these posts started to go viral of people saying, hey, let's go in person. They started organizing in person instead of on social media. And suddenly the fight became very real. Suddenly the youth of Nepal were no longer just posting about being angry. They were physically very angry. And they wanted change because, again, they are living in poverty. They are seeing their wages not rise. They are seeing corruption from the government. And now they are organizing and acting for change. So the leader of Nepal, this prime minister here, Khadija Prasad Oli, who has done 4 terms in a row and is, of course, you guessed it, 73, a classic boomer. Also the head of the Communist Party of Nepal, which for all the inequality and corruption is a little off message, has run Nepal for 4 years, and after the riots showed up at his front door, resigned in disgrace. He resigned in disgrace and fled. So now in the aftermath, there is nobody in power. Nobody has stepped up to take his position. Part of that was because Parliament was literally burning, and part of it was because in his first attempt to crack down on the student protests, he pushed the police towards violence, and they killed 19 unarmed students. So now everyone's even angrier. Now they're even angrier. Additionally, they hoped they could get back control by rolling back the ban. After all the protests had taken off, everyone's like, well, okay, you can have social media back, Gen Z. It turns out that did nothing. It turns out it was way, way, way too late. So now they're asking not only for end of corruption and social media back, but now they want justice for people who died. They want a criminal investigation for use of deadly force against protesters. This is not just the death of 19 youths, it's murder. The government hands are stained with blood, and they cannot escape accountability this time. Gen Z will not stop now. This protest is about more than just social media. It's about silencing our voices, and we won't let that happen. Now, again, what's interesting is we're seeing prime ministers fall all over the world. But in some nations, like France or Japan, it is done with a graceful stepping down with a vote because they still have some semblance of normality. But when the situation of poverty has gotten so bad as it has in Nepal, again, all governments are only a few steps away from this outright public violent anger. People are deeply, deeply upset at seeing their opportunities squandered away for the benefit of very few. It does feel very Fourth Turning-esque. Now, I don't want to act like, though, again, I have to be honest and realistic in this reporting here. This is happening live. Right now, as we speak, the situation in Nepal is chaotic. Student protests are sweeping the country. There is nobody stepping up to fill the power vacuum after the prime minister stepped down. And usually in the real world, what happens next can be very violent and very chaotic. I don't want to pretend like, oh, and now the story will end happily ever after. In human history, usually right after student protests lead to crazy change, like a general will step in and fill the power gap. Usually the military steps in and does a brutal crackdown. Like, a lot of things could go very wrong in Nepal. The likelihood that the student organizers are so organized that they have a realistic demands and can facilitate those in a positive change way, I'm hopeful for, but it's unlikely. The power vacuum will get filled. Whether it's done in a positive way or a negative way is entirely up to, how the Nepalese people handle it. Protesters are calling for accountability and reforms in governments, and if they get that, it will be great. But we'll have to follow up and see what happens next, because there is a likelihood that the military tries to seize control, or someone else. I have to say, I do admire the courage of the Gen Z protesters in Nepal to finally do something about what is a clearly broken system that has been letting them down so severely. What happens next, we'll have to wait and see. Thanks for watching.
25-degree incline, and it was essentially just a slow conveyor belt made of metal and wooden parts. It brought people up a full 7 feet before they would have to walk down stairs on the other side. And it was a huge success. Over 75,000 people enjoyed the attraction during its 2-week stay at the Old Iron Pier on Coney Island.
The ride was named the Continuous Elevator, and its inventor, Jesse Reno, had created it not just as an attraction, but as a proof of concept, because he saw it as the future of transportation.
But as Reno watched people ride his invention, he began to notice a pattern. Nobody walked. Instead, they stood still, feet planted firmly sideways, with people gripping the handrail tightly. 2 years later, the department store Harrods in England installed a similar device. But the ride was so unsettling that Harrods had to put staff at the top to offer brandy to men and smelling salts to women, just to calm their nerves.
See, for both devices, the 25-degree conveyor belt was precarious to walk on and unnerving to stand on. At around 12 degrees, walking on an incline becomes difficult, and 25 degrees is roughly the limit that our ankles can flex.
If only there was a way to replace the conveyor belt with a moving set of stairs. Well, then the riders would always have a flat surface to stand on and a staircase they could climb if they wanted to.
One attempt at a solution had already been around for 4 decades, and it was called the revolving stairs. It consisted of a chain that went around a loop. Then fixed stair-shaped blocks were attached to it, creating a flat surface to stand on during the main incline. But as soon as you'd reach the top, the steps tilted forward, making it treacherous to get off. And a similar problem plagued you at the bottom. Now you might think, if the top and bottom are causing problems, just extend each landing. But that also doesn't work. You just end up with a jagged mess for longer.
So how do modern escalators solve this problem? I mean, have you ever stopped to think what happens to the stairs at the top of the escalator when they disappear?
Clearly, we have steps going around in some sort of loop, but how do they actually behave on the return journey? What if I give you 2 options? Do they stay right side up, like the cabins in a Ferris wheel, or do they flip upside down and then flip back again at the other side?
I'm gonna go this one all day.
Yeah. Ferris wheel?
This one makes more sense.
Ferris wheel.
Yeah, this one.
I think they turn upside down.
And they're actually right side up.
I think I'm gonna go with the first one.
Wow, you're both, yeah.
The solution to this problem came from another inventor named George Wheeler. His idea forms the basis of every escalator in use today. A modern version of it works something like this.
A typical subway escalator has an electric motor at the top with a power output of around 50 kilowatts, smaller than most electric cars. This motor spins extremely fast at over 1,000 RPM, but it's pretty weak. So to drive the steps, the escalator needs to convert this into a slower output with more force. To do this, it uses a reduction gearbox and a gear system, lowering the output to just a few RPM and increasing the torque by a factor of around 100. The motor is connected with a large sprocket to a reinforced steel chain which pulls the stairs around a loop. The so-called step chain is fitted with wheels to allow it to roll smoothly around curves. But unlike the design for the revolving stairs, Wheeler proposed attaching each step to this chain through a single axle, giving it the freedom to rotate. Next, he added a second set of wheels to each step that followed a different track, allowing him to control the angle of each step at any point. On the incline, the two tracks overlap, just like the revolving staircase. But then at the top, the two tracks separate, and this is what allows us to keep the steps level throughout the entire ride. The tracks then remain separated and curve around. The steps flip upside down, tuck into the loop, and start their return journey. At the start of the incline, the tracks rejoin, and the whole process repeats.
So the answer is you are both wrong.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow, I never really thought about that.
Yeah, like I would say.
Yeah.
Wow, I never really thought about that.
Yeah, like I would say it's like an upside down elevator, bro.
Like, guess what? You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But despite all modern escalators adopting Wheeler's design, at the time it caught so little attention that he was forced to shelve the idea. It wasn't until 8 years later that another inventor, Charles Seeberger, bought his patent and capitalized on the invention. Seeberger partnered with the Otis Elevator Company, and together they built a prototype.
A year later, in 1900, they showcased it at the Paris Exposition Universelle. In total, 51 million people flocked to the exposition to see the marvels of modern technology. But one of the most popular exhibitions was the world's first true commercial escalator. The machine drew huge crowds. French historian Philippe Julien described it as the jolliest attraction at the exhibition, and wrote, "The escalator caused many an incident worthy of the vaudeville, separating families, sending old men sprawling, delighting the children, and reducing their nanas to despair." The escalator was even awarded one of the grand prizes of the fair. Shortly after, escalators started being installed in different places across the world.
But these escalators weren't perfect. They had smooth, flat stairs, and when they reached the top, these stairs would disappear under a wooden board, leaving a dangerous gap between them.
Shoelaces, coats, and especially the long skirts in fashion at the time easily got caught in the machinery. One incident even saw a 3-year-old girl getting her foot pinched in the gap. And while the girl luckily escaped with injured toes and a missing shoe, something in the design had to change. To solve this, Seeberger and Otis installed a triangular shunt at the end of the escalator, forcing riders to go off to the left before they reached the dangerous gap. This system worked, but it was awkward because it meant people had to put one foot onto solid ground while the other was still moving, which became especially tricky when some people stood still and others walked. So to reduce the risk of people getting in each other's way, operators asked people to stand on the right and keep the left lane clear for faster walkers. It's a convention we still often follow to this day.
But as it turns out, there's a much better solution than the shunt.
Modern escalator steps aren't smooth, they're grooved. These grooves then interlock perfectly with a comb plate at the top of the escalator. So now if a small item approaches the end, the comb plate lifts it up and out of harm's way. This makes it much harder for things to get stuck, and perhaps more importantly, it allows people to safely step off forwards. But the comb plate doesn't entirely solve the problem. We still have these gaps on the side of the escalator that can pinch and trap objects as the steps move. So to address this, a new safety feature called the skirt brush was added to the escalator in 1982. Escalators are full of subtle safety features like this, some old and some new, but almost all of them are designed around people. All the way back in 1896, Jesse Reno predicted that riders on his attraction would need something to hold onto, so he introduced a moving handrail. In a modern escalator, the motor has a separate connection to turn a friction wheel that drives the handrail.
The only problem is that friction wears things down, so over time the wheel gets smaller, and as its circumference decreases, each rotation moves the rubber loop a slightly shorter distance, so the handrail begins to move more slowly. The effect is small, but it builds up over time. So to compensate for this, a new handrail is calibrated to move around 2% faster than the steps. You can actually try this yourself. Next time you're standing on an escalator, just place your hand next to you as you stand still, and you will watch as your hand slowly drifts forward. This speed difference stops the handrail from lagging too far behind the steps over time.
Because I have
Definitely noticed that sometimes I'm on an escalator and then it's going faster than me. My hand is going faster than my body. But that means it's a new escalator.
Well, it's a new frictional wheel that drives the handrail. So it's yeah. we don't replace the entire escalator.
Oh wow. So that's like a party trick I can use to entertain my friends. I mean, I don't know when I'd have a party on an escalator, but whatever. If I'm on an escalator with my friends and I can see it moving, I'd be like, "Hey, that's because there's a new frictional wheel." I can tell them that and impress them.
But it's not just the handrail. The speed of the steps themselves is also something that needs to be carefully controlled. Modern escalators use AC induction motors, which are extremely good at regulating their rotational speed. And this has an unexpected benefit on downward escalators. With enough people riding, their weight is enough that the motor no longer has to power the ride. Instead, the weight of the passengers themselves drives the chain and causes the motor to spin. As more people board, the force on the motor increases and it's pushed to turn faster. But modern AC induction motors work by creating a rotating magnetic field. When the motor tries to spin faster than the field, electric currents are induced inside it, which then create their own magnetic field. This new field pushes back in the opposite direction to the spin, creating a braking force which resists the increase in speed. But something interesting happens when the motor resists like this. Rather than consuming energy, the physics of the motor flips, and it uses the excess mechanical energy to produce an electric current. This is called regenerative braking, and it's the same trick that electric vehicles use to recharge their batteries. In effect, the motor turns into a generator. The result is that on a busy day, many modern downward escalators aren't just moving people, they're actually generating electricity. Often, this is channeled back to the building's internal grid and used to power other devices, including the upward escalators.
So even the escalator that was invented by George Wheeler and was installed in 1920, the Paris exhibition, etc. I mean, all these escalators were regenerated.
What?
Yeah, when there were people standing on the escalator in down direction, these escalators were feeding energy back into the grid.
No, it's like the down escalator is a generator?
This regenerative braking makes escalators extremely power efficient, but more importantly, it makes them inherently safe. But there is a point where if you keep adding weight, then eventually the force becomes so strong that the motor can no longer resist it. And if left unchecked, it would start accelerating uncontrollably. The stairs would go plummeting down, which is exactly what happened in Rome.
After a nearly 2-year-long investigation, the investigators published this 86-page report. Inside, it lists the exact sequence of events that led to the disaster. As fans crowded onto the escalator, their combined weight increased the load on the main motor. The motor tried to resist this change, but as more and more people funneled on, the force got too high, and eventually it hit a tipping point, and the motor started accelerating uncontrollably. Safety sensors in the machine noticed this sudden change and triggered 2 things in short succession. First, the power to the motor was cut, and immediately after that, the main brake engaged. 2 massive arms clamped down on the drum to lock it in place and avert a runaway.
This brake should have had enough stopping power to bring the fully loaded escalator to a halt, even under the massive strain. But it didn't. Tests after the incident showed that its braking force was far too low, around 37% of the manufacturer's specification.
The weakened brake struggled to slow the spinning motor, and the escalator's downhill acceleration continued. This is when the last line of defense kicked in. When the escalator's speed rose by more than 20%, the auxiliary brake triggered, driving steel wedges into a disc on the drive shaft.
But when investigators opened up this brake, they were shocked. The final mechanical backstop had been partially disabled. Someone had physically tied plastic straps around one of the 2 brake wedges and rendered it useless. With half the system unable to engage, its stopping power was cut by 50%, just enough for the weight of all those passengers to overpower the brake and render the last line of defense useless. Investigators knew that these failures should have been automatically recorded in the error logs, but when they went to check, they found nothing. the error codes had been turned off, meaning critical malfunctions could occur without leaving a trace. The only way this could happen was if they had been disabled on purpose, meaning someone must have reprogrammed the system to stop recording fault codes.
Next, investigators turned to the maintenance records. But they found these similarly incomplete, and evidence of major work on the escalator was nowhere to be found at all.
With all the main safety systems compromised and critical alerts turned off, the escalator had been a ticking time bomb. All findings from the technical investigation pointed not to a manufacturing defect, but to a pattern of neglect and falsification by those in charge of keeping the machine safe. This left the prosecution with one clear question: who was responsible?
The trail of evidence led back to June 2017, when maintenance responsibilities for Rome's escalators shifted to a new contractor, Metro Roma. The Transit Authority, ATAC, severed its contract with Metro Roma in an attempt to wash its hands of the situation. But as the criminal inquest continued, it became clear the problem went far deeper. The investigators discovered that Metro Roma had been working hand in hand with the Transit Authority, ATAC, and together they presided over negligent maintenance and falsified records all across the network. By September 2019, 11 suspects were named, and the courts had suspended 3 ATAC managers, along with the chief of Metro Roma.
The prosecution's findings were grave. In many cases, safety devices had been deliberately sabotaged to avoid escalator shutdowns. And those in charge had covered their tracks through a pattern of fraud and obstruction. In the midst of the public outrage, prosecutors recorded a chilling wiretap of ATAC manager Renato D'Amico.
The translation: if you run the numbers, out of 700 escalators, there'd be like 3 or 4 more dropping. Come on.
The prosecutors note in their report that D'Amico appeared uninterested in the possibility there might have been people on those 3 or 4 escalators. It was simply a matter of numbers and percentages to him. It was a callous remark, and it painted a clear picture of the incident. This wasn't an engineering failure, it was a human one. But that brings us to a more fundamental question. I mean, how safe are escalators really? The truth is, when they're properly maintained, the safety margins on escalators are enormous. Each system is engineered to handle forces far beyond what they'll ever see in service.
So the braking load of our step is like greater 15 kilonewtons, so 1.5 tons. So you can put an elephant on the step and it won't break. Well, I've never seen a step break in my whole career. Never seen a step chain break either. I mean, it's just not happening. I mean, I'm not here to say that there are no accidents on escalators, but the accidents I know, I mean, it's critical, like that you ensure the right maintenance. That's the important thing. Because in the end, it's all about maintenance.
When this is done right, the chances of a catastrophic failure are vanishingly small.
And with around 1.5 million escalators worldwide, that really is how it should be. In the US and Canada alone, over 100 billion escalator trips are happening every year, making the escalator one of the most widely used forms of transport on the planet. On a scale that large, it's sometimes easy to point the finger at our technology when things go wrong, but the truth is, no matter how well designed our systems are, they all rely on people to maintain them. And perhaps that's the lesson here. As humans, we have a duty of care, not just to ourselves, but to everyone around us. And sometimes that means taking responsibility for keeping each other safe.
Hmm. I don't fucking know. Forventede totale samfunnskostnadene. I'm overthinking this. We'll just integrate this. Hello, solve this, please. Why is it not solvable? What was that? X squared minus 200x. Hmm. Maybe it's integral from 0 to infinity of 0. Fuck. I don't fucking know. No. I know it. It's not 0. What the fuck is this website called? Bioelectronics. No. Netex, something. DigiKey? Probably DigiKey, right? This is promising. Are do we... Fucking Firefox loading us. Piece of shit, slow as fucking piece of shit. Price. Fucking Gearshot. I think it's just inventing stuff here. I'm thinking I might have to take the inverse here. So we say that this is equal to u, then we solve for c. And we get 2 answers probably. Maybe not. Let's see. So if you're lonely. Maybe not actually. How do I do this? Can I do this? I don't think I can do this. Imagine fucking jump here. Yo, alla. Wait, are these just built-in functions? I guess, yeah. Right to pin, I guess, yeah. This feels sketchy. Ah. I guess you need to call your functions yourself. Maybe. Maybe. This one is more fancy. Flash memory. Pins, digital handling. Power. Communication. You are the SPI. Holy shit, this is. I mean, not found, piece of shit. What? Fuck you. Is this just an image? Please don't. It's a fucking image. Jesus fucking Christ. What is this one? Pins power. Blue SPI. I don't know what this means. Alright, look in. Some other time. Come on. It's just 0. Come on, man. Come on, man. Give it to me. Come on, man. Why you been mean to me? Hundred times 8 divided by 3 minus 200 times 4 divided by 2. 0. Come on. I was 0. It's not 0. Ugh. I don't fucking know. Assume that we pick a random individual from population. I guess this is 1 super 3. Variance would be 1 times do we have the variance? Can you have the variance? Guess we have this one. Maybe it's like a given. Det blir tilfeldig fra proporsjon og betraktere. Tilfeldig hver kromosom. Øyenfarge som opptrer i varianten A og A, og et annet farge. B og B. Antar sannsynligvis på A, så på B. Oh, it's 1 randomly picked gene. Okay. Bro, I don't see this. That's correct. I don't think that's correct. Damn. The variance is just the standard deviation squared. So the variance would be the same here, I think. Or not. Fuck you. Probability A. Okay, probability we get A from first pick. I guess half of this could be, maybe. Bro, this is the clue here. Why is this here? Damn them. That seems helpful. This does not seem helpful. It's 0. That's why. Fuck me. Bro, this shit doesn't make fucking sense at all. What the fuck? Damn. what's the idea here? Okay, I guess it's just special for binomial distributions. The variance is this. So the variance for binomial distribution is this. They are not. Okay, I guess we'll try 2 times 0.3 times 0.7. No, but these are independent variables, I think. So I don't think this is correct. Because these are dependent, yeah. I guess it's this minus expected value of this. So this would be like 2. No. The probability of A and B. So I guess the probability of A and B minus probability of these two. Maybe. Then we can call that set, maybe. Take that times 1. So we get like 0.79. think this maybe should have been 1. I fucking hate this. This is like the first thing I'm guessing. Oh. Like it's not this. I guess maybe it could be. What is mathematical function even? You know? That's the true meaning of this. It's like an example here maybe. So this is sort of asking, what's the probability of something happening, whereas something is some other thing on a stochastic variable. So if you call this the binomial function or whatever, on x, this could work. So this will just be binomial function. Which Fuck you. Fuck you, piece of shit. Fuck you. Try that. Fuck you. You try it, right? Fuck, I didn't try it. Okay. I don't think that's how... I guess that's how it works. Holy shit. Damn. Damn. You need to be so smart to get this. I can explain it, but like, how would you get this? It's saying that when A is true, when we have BA, right? We say that's a value of 1. When we have big B, we say that's a value of 1. So basically, when we have the expected value, we take the expected value of getting both of them. But the only time we get both of them is, of course, the same as the probability of getting both of them, right? No? Yeah. And since we only gain 1 from getting both of them. Yeah, you see? So, okay, the cover. Hey, yo, what's up? The covariance. Covariance. Expected value of... this is just variance, I guess. Expected. Probability theory. Stats class. Still quite new. Only like 4 weeks in, so... Trying my best. What did I ask? Covariance X. I guess we just try to use this formula. I don't know how yet though. Maybe it's just 1 times the probability. No. Variance of X and Y is the expected... Where did it go? Expected value. Okay. If they're independent, that's 0. If they're dependent, okay. So this will be This is like 0.21 minus 0.3 times 0.7, I think. Are independent? I don't think this is wrong, right? No, okay. Correlation. Isn't it just the square root of that? No. Covariance divided by square of variance of x and y. So the variance of y is also this, so this would just be this, I guess. So here we have, what was it? The covariance divided by 0.2. So this is 0 as well. Nice. Let x and y be stochastic variables with simultaneous probability density function. The goal is to find the variance of y minus x and correlation xy. Okay, so we find these ones first. Okay, so expected value of x. I think it's just to integrate this one. Take the average. Okay, so we split this up. This wide one goes away, so x02. That's 1 for x from 0 to 1. 1 divided by 1/4, I think. Rip. This is not a probability density. I feel like you normally get the value of getting one correct. I guess that's times x. Okay, so that's... Then this is times x as well. Okay, then it's a more difficult integral. Okay. So it's integral of from 0 to 1, 3/2 xy plus integral 0 to 1 x squared over 2 dx. Yes, this looks more correct. So this is x squared 3 over 4 x squared y. They split them up, right? So to get the expected value of x, you integrate it by y. Okay. I guess we sort of know the function. Damn, it's doubly double. Do we need yes, we do. Okay. So in short, we basically want to integrate this function with respect to y, then with respect to x to get the expected value of x. But we also multiply by x. So this will be remove the 1/2 out. So then we have 3xy plus x squared dx dy. Then we get, it's just gonna be 1 3 over 2 x plus x squared dx which will be 1/2 x squared 3 over 4. This goes to 1 plus 1 over 3. 4 plus 9 30. 2 times 12. 24. And the variance, it was the best trick to find that. That was like expecting out before versus after. I guess I can share screen. Damn. Not a good camera angle. Damn, this is bad. I have aged. Holy. I look tired. What engineering does to a man. Holy. Okay, so we have a few options here, I think. A variance of a stochastic variable is e x squared minus e x squared, I think. When we could use this, I don't remember. Let's see. See, I don't really want to do this, because that would mean we have to... You know what, let's just test this. Just in case, you know? Fuck. I think I'm gonna to the store and buy some snacks. Lighten the day. I'll be right back. Snacks acquired. Okay. I think I just scratched my fucking forehead. It's fine, I know. Okay. I thought a bit when I was walking to the store, you know, as one does. I should just make like a list of the definitions of all of these things, you know? Okay, so we have X, which I guess is just what? Ooh. What is it? What is this even like? Can I say that? Well, it can't be this difficult to fucking write a fucking piece of shit definition. Okay, so X is defined as the probability of some event happening from a set, right? function from a set to an event. Rather, X is a function from a set. I guess this is fine. It's off. Then my U will be uniform. I think it's just uni, right? How's a probability defined? Damn, I'm deep in trenches now. Holy fuck. Unif. No, it's better to have these ones and this one. This one. Here. Oh. to this fucking shit. Guess here. The variance will also be the expected value of x integrated over the domain times difference between between the function, maybe between x minus 1324 squared dx. I think this might just be x. Yeah, the current x, right? That makes sense. So we get 1 over 3x cubed minus 13 over 24 times 2x. Oh no, this is squared. Fuck. Damn. Are you fucking kidding me? I guess I'm wearing a stick somewhere. Fuck me. This is very correct. I don't care what it says, you know? X is empty. No. This is the worst day in humanity's history. You're not allowed to cheat. That's not fair. Do it properly, come on. Fuck you. I guess we use this one. I should realize quickly it would be less work. That should work though. Okay. So we basically have this one, but x is squared. I think. This one, I mean. Fuck, dude. Fuck. Fuck. No, fuck me, no. What's wrong? What's wrong? No fucking way. Is it just the multiply variable? Which would mean, oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck me. No, it should be the same. No, it wouldn't. This would be 3. Is there 1/2 here? Oh fuck, I did wrong one. Fuck. I'm tired. Yes, maybe not. I don't know. So this here would be... No, it won't. I guess it would. So yeah. It's 12 times 3. 9 plus 2, 11 over 12, 11 or 24. So I get 11 over 24 minus 40 over... No. 25 over 64. Turn two. Are independent. Hmm. I really know this. How would it tell? Given a list, how can I tell if the two variables are... Well, they don't seem independent. Which would mean this is applied to be like ex times y minus ex e y, I think. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong. I feel like it's wrong. No, that's covariance. Fuck me. Guess there has to be some like expected value of these two would be like expected value of each of them minus the expected value of their union, maybe. How do I get the union? You know, let's just try to do this. I guess I can go like this with alpha 5 over 8. That did not work. $65. They are independent. I don't know how you would know that. Is it a given, maybe? They are the independent, I think. Maybe, I don't know. Independent variance. Okay, so the covariance function. Let's not look at this. Covariance function. This is it, I think. Which means this is 0. Ah, yeah, of course it's 0. Of course. Yes. Because this is 0. No, this is... They're independent. Yeah. Okay, so the variance. The variance. There is a very big possibility that the variances are equal. No, it's just a negative. I think it's just a negative. Fuck. Oh, I have to go all the way. Fuck. That's nice. No, not nice. Fuck me. Oh, it's opposites. What does this even mean? I know we need to use the variance rules. So this is the same as this. Oh. And this is the same as just y. So just x plus y. Ah, did wrong one. Correlation. What was that again? They just. Correlation is just the brains. No. The core. It's annoying me that it's small letters. Of x. Y is the covariance xy over for x against y. We should look into that. Why? I guess it's just defined as this. What do we have? It's just 0. Oh. Is it not this? Oh, there's big letters here. Okay, maybe I can do it. Cool. I guess this technically could be 1 here. Mathematically, at least. Logically, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, I don't know. Why is this so fucking slow? That's in faster. Maybe not. Wait, what was this again? This one, right? This... I'm pretty sure this is it. Oh, there's 0 then, right? One if true. Could we... I wonder if we can go 3.5 times. Fuck, what's sum? Times the sum of the x. It might just be 1. To 0. This is the offset times each variable. Value, expected value. No value. So it is either 1 or 0. So if... I don't like this. That is incorrect. But also, this isn't incorrect either. Well, it's not... It's wrong. I know it's wrong. Let's try 1x. Oh, this is a probability. Oh. So this is 0.25. Sum. I wonder if we're gonna go sum from 1 to 14 of x minus 3.5 squared. Can I go x is equal to 1? Please, please let me do this. Let's go on. That doesn't seem correct. We can move this in and out, right? Yeah. I guess it's not okay. It's a probability of a vote, which is 1 minus the expected value, right? So maybe 0.25 sum of 14, 1 minus 3.5 squared. Come on, man. Come on, man. I don't know why I got correct on this one. So they're not independent. This is just a full out integral. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I could have guessed that. And then this just formula. Okay. Okay. Let's use this formula. Wait, was it this? I think it was that, was it? Ah, yeah, it was. Okay, so expected value squared will be x squared. I guess this actually would work. Because you average it out, no? Let's try the identical. That'd be cool. Times the probability of the event happening. Yeah, man, I think this is correct. Yes, give me the answer, please. Oh no, we're just summing the ice, I think. Bro, this is not it. This is not it. I'm doing something wrong here, man. Like, this is like maximum 3. I guess we don't sum up these ones. I guess we sum up ones. Which means it's like the probability 14 times the p minus 1 minus p to the 13. So it should just be like 14 times 3.5. No. 3.25 times 14 squared. No, all at once are squared, so this is just 14. Fuck. What is this then? This has to be like a binomial distribution, please. Because it's either 1 or 0 with a probability. Variance given a variance. No way. Come on, that was correct. You know it was correct. Each either 1 off. The probability. Variance of one of them. Oh, the general variance. Oh, it's this times. Okay. There we go. Should be. Nice. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah. I guess it's just 0.25 to the 14th. At least one. Okay. Probability that you pick one. Oh, how's it? Okay, okay. We're looking for probability of x greater or equal to. I guess it's probability of 0. So how many ways can you pick? Okay, so this is 1 minus 14 choose. Choose. And no. Good work. Fuck yeah. That seemed very small. Small. Oh, this is wrong. Is it? Nope, it's not. Okay, new strategy. We say that this is 0.25 to the 14th. 1 minus that. Er det helg? Torsdag? No? Åh. Like, am I stupid? We're asking what's the probability of no one voting? -1. One or more? It's a probability that's less than 1, which means probability of 0. Which means 1 minus 14 to choose 0. 0.25 to 0. 1 minus 0.75 to -1. Is that the key, maybe? One minus 14 is 0. 1 divided by 0.75. Wait, was that with 1? It was with 1. Fuck me. Okay, what do we say? 1, 0.25. This will be to 0, which is 1. Am I stupid? Hello? Work, come on, come on. Binomial distribution, yeah. I guess we integrate then. And then I'll take 1 minus this one. Right? Less than or equal to 0. Let's try. So this is all. It's just the same. Let's try it. What? No, it is 0. Pick 0. That's one way. The 0. Just 1. So 0.75 to the 13th. No, to the 14th. I wonder what I did incorrectly earlier. Okay, recap. What do we do? Yeah, we forgot this one. I did the opposite here. These are independent. So this is just PM. Fuck. Oh, exactly one. This is the probability that only one votes. Which means this is 14, pick 1. .25. No. Yes. There's so much text. Do we floor it or seal it? I think we floor it, right? Oh, it says... Good. Damn. Matt error. Oh. This just worked. This would be insanely cool if it just worked. Fuck. This is indeed the correct formula. Why didn't you give me the correct answer? Come on, man, give me the answer. Oh, wait. T is 3, right? Fuck. I would do the opposite, right? No, I wouldn't. Oh. Oh. I felt it, you know, when I wrote it. How would you do this? So this is like the probability that both of them are 1, so this is 0. Okay, I guess okay, I guess we have tries. So 0.2 times 0.2. I guess we have 0. Guess we can pick many ways. So we have some $11 choose. Okay.